It's been 6 months since I saw you, but it feels like yesterday. We took the high road, climbed the mountain, smiled and said it's the best way. It's been 6 months since I kissed you, but it feels like all my days. I took the wrong path, fell from your grace, cried when we were separate ways. I would save the world for you. Show me, please, my dreams can come true. Turn back the clock, turn back all time. I'm done with running, I'm done with crying. I would save the world for you. I would save the world for you. Show me, please, my dreams can come true. Turn back the clock, turn back all time. I'm done with running, I'm done with crying. I would save the world for you. You can be my safety zone. Somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into All my life, I've been walking on my own, along the lonely road of the heart. On my side, I got symphonies and songs to help me find my way through the dark. Talking to myself, the voices in my head don't reply. Oh my, I've become somebody else, so this is how it feels to say goodbye. Traveled some roads, a rolling stone, nowhere feels like home. I've seen people come then they go. Life is just a story of some highs and some lows. Yeah. Tell me, do you believe in miracles? I'm standing here before your eyes. Cry many rivers, walk through some pain. And I've carried the shame, but I know somebody, he calls me his own. I can hear heaven singing out, oh, you're never alone. Oh, you're never alone. Everybody wants to be king. We put all our hope inside material things. Oh, in your light I now understand that everything I have ain't everything that I am. Oh, sometimes I feel like I'm not good enough, but that's when love says you're mine. Oh no, I've cried many rivers, walked through some pain, seen my world crumble, and I've carried the shame. But I know somebody, he calls me his own. I can hear heaven singing out, oh, you're never alone. Oh, you're never alone. No, 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 no. Oh, I may have took some time, but now I realize that my imperfections were a part of your plan. And if all things work together in the end, broken will be beautiful. You might have said it first, beat me to the punch, boy. 3 little words that sum up the way you look at me, babe. Saying it right now, it's a little deeper, just when I think I can. I love you more than any storm that's coming. Let the sky keep falling. Yeah, the world's got nothing on us. You won't scare me away, so bring on the rain. competition, but I love you more than any storm that's coming. Let the sky keep falling. Yeah, the world's got nothing on us. You won't scare me away, so bring on the rain. I love you more than any tide that's turning. Let the sun keep burning. No, it won't be perfect, but on the worst of our days, that's what I mean when I say I love you more. That's what I mean when I say I love you more. Yeah, I love you more. You look away when you pretend not to care. I like the dimples on the corners of the smile that you wear. I like you more, the world may know, but don't be scared, 'cause I'm falling deeper, baby, be prepared. I like your shirt, I like your fingers, love the way that you smell. To be your favorite jacket just so I could always be near. I loved you for so long, sometimes it's hard to bear, but after all this time, I hope you wait and say love you every minute that we second. Love you everywhere in any moment, always and forever. I know I can't quit you, 'cause baby, you're the one. I don't know how I love you till the last of snow disappears. Love you till a rainy day becomes clear. Never knew a love like this. Now I can't let go. I'm in love with you, and now you know. With your friends, I like the way you hit the notes in every song you're shining. I love the little things, like when you're unaware, I catch you steal a glance and smile so perfectly. Though sometimes when life brings me down, you're the cure, my love. In the bad rainy day, you take all the worries away. You're the one. I don't know how in
Let's just stay home alone tonight. Your eyes, Pacific blue light. Whatever happens, yeah, I'll be alright. With you by my side, with you by my side. Let's just stay home alone tonight. Your eyes, Pacific blue light. Whatever happens, yeah, I'll be alright. With you by my side, with you by my side, with you by my side.
Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
We're 1,000 miles from comfort. We have traveled land and sea. But as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would wait forever, exalted in the scene. But as long as you are with me, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the battery. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Know with all of your heart, you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
Life was always like a vacation, building castles in the sand, showing off our seamless sand. All day long be cruising around naked in an endless summer vibe. We be cruising, we ain't got nowhere to go. Only thing we know is we're cruising, running free on island time. Every day and night we be cruising, we be cruising. Cannonballs into the sea, and everything is make-believe. Pirates sailing underneath rainbows, ropes swinging from tree to tree, ever after happily, frolicking wherever the sun goes. In an endless summer vibe, we be cruising, we ain't got nowhere to go. Only thing we know is we cruising, running free on island time. Every day and night we be cruising, Make sure to call when you get home, when you're driving on your own. I will come to you in need, and I'll help you when I can. We simply fit together like a piece of apple pie. I will be vanilla ice cream and I'll sing you lullabies. I will love you in the moonlight and I'll love you in the day, always. I love the time we spend like a watch from an old friend. I will help you keep your smile, promise me you'll stay a while. I will come to you in need, and I'll help you when I can, when I can. We always joke together, laugh till we're rolling on the floor. I like the way you dance around when you're running for the door. I will come to visit you even when we're old and gray, always.
It's faded on your love, I'm already wasted. So close that I can taste it now. So let's break right out of these guilty cages. We're gonna make it now. Don't ever turn around, don't ever turn around. Nobody else needs to know where we might go. We could just run them red lights, we could just run them red lights. There ain't no reason to stay, we'll be light years away. We could just run them red lights, we could just run them red lights, red lights, red lights. White lights alert in the darkness. This road leads where your heart is. These signs, something we can't ignore. No, we can't back down, we'll never let them change us. We're gonna make it now. What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? Nobody else needs to know where we might go. We could just run them red lights, we could just run them red lights. There ain't no reason to stay, we'll be light years away. We could just run them red lights, we could just run them red lights. We could just run. We could just run them red lights. We could just run. We could just run them red lights. We could just run them red lights.
He's a boy that's Texas born and raised, and he's gonna let you know, got a Lone Star on his license plate, and he ain't getting it changed, so he's 600 miles away from where he started. People wonder all the time why he left. They ask him, how'd you get to Tennessee? He just smiles and says 40 East, speeding down the highway, following a girl who was following her dreams. It's blame it on a stupid high school love that to us meant everything. Blame it on a chance I had to take. Told him he didn't have to leave, but he was game to chase all that I was chasing after. Four wheels, two hearts, put him in drive, that's how he lived. They asked him, how'd you get to Tennessee? He just smiles and says up 40 East, speeding down the highway, following a girl who was following her dreams. That's how we got to Tennessee. So blame it on a truck and me. Oh, blame it on me. Oh, oh. He's a boy that's Texas born and raised, and he's gonna let you know. And they ask him, how'd you get to Tennessee? Some people put some backyard dirt in a bottle, treat that yearbook like it's the Bible. Keep a picture to remind them what they're leaving behind them. Some people get tattoos of their hometown zip code, steal the street sign from a way out back road. Anything to keep a memory, but I only took one thing. Cause I got the Texas sky when I look in your eyes. It's like I never left, like an old magnolia tree. Your roots run deep, we could be anywhere, chasing down the great wide open, even when we don't know where we're going. Oh, if home is where the heart is, I can't lose, cause I got you. Anytime I miss those home game Friday nights, or the summertime wind on a midnight drive, baby, all I gotta do is slide in closer to you. And I got the Texas sky when I look in your eyes. It's like I never left, like an old magnolia tree. Your roots run deep, we could be anywhere, chasing down the great wide open, even when we don't know where we're going. Oh, if home is where the heart is, I can't lose, cause I got you. Boy, I got you. Turns out it doesn't matter where we are, the best part of home still holds my heart. Cause I got the Texas sky when I look in your eyes. It's like I never left, like an old magnolia tree. Your roots run deep, we could be anywhere, chasing down the great wide open, even when we don't know where we're going. Oh, if home is where the heart is, I can't lose, cause I got you. Boy, I got you. Oh, I can't lose, as long as I got you. And I got you. Stop the clocks, it's amazing. You should see the way the sun dances off your hair. A million colors of hazel, gold and red. Saturday morning is fading, the sun's reflected by the coffee in your hand. My eyes are caught in your gaze all over again. We were love drunk, waiting on a miracle, trying to find ourselves in the winter snow. So alone in love, like the world had disappeared. Oh, I won't be silent and I won't let go. I will hold on tight until the afterglow. The weather outside is changing. The leaves are buried under 6 inches of white. The radio is playing Iron and Wine. This is a new dimension. This is a level where we're losing track of time. I'm holding nothing against it except you and I. We were love drunk, waiting on a miracle, trying to find ourselves in the winter snow. So alone in love, like the world had disappeared. Oh, I won't be silent and I won't let go. I will hold on tighter till the afterglow, and we'll burn so
I see you in the rising sun. I miss you when I go to sleep. Oh, the things I do to bring you back to me. As I'm drifting where the wind blows, so lost but I still believe. When I reach the end, it's you that I will see. I'll go wherever you are, go wherever you are, even into the dark. I'll tear the heavens apart just to be in your arms. I'll go wherever you are. Give me a sign, I know you're out there. Oh, when my time will come. Oh, I'll go wherever you are, go wherever you are, even into the dark. Wherever you are. Oh, I'll go wherever you are, go wherever you are, even into the dark. Wherever you are. Wherever you are. When you told me not to be afraid, I feel stronger than I've ever been. On my hardest days, I search for the fire within. I will always be missing you. If only I could turn back time to a better place where you were by my side. I'll go wherever you are, go wherever you are, even into the dark. I'll tear the heavens apart just to be in your arms. I'll go wherever you are. Give me a sign, I know you're out there. Oh, when my time will come. Oh, I'll go wherever you are, go wherever you are, even into the dark. Wherever you are. 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 Go wherever you are. Go wherever you are, even into the dark. Wherever you are.
We'll be passing by, and they'll be wasting time, just waiting for new. And while they're chasing dogs, we'll be dancing in the dust, 'cause we're coming through. Whenever you need me, I'm behind. And I promise to take you all to the heights. When you feel you've had enough and you wasted all your love, I'll be here for you, here for you. When the dog has left his bone and you run away from home, I'll be here for you, here for you. And while they're on the ground, we'll be looking down, 'cause we found the truth. And the fire in our hearts will be blowing up the stars. Now we're coming through, yeah. Whenever you're feeling down inside, well, I promise to take you up to the high. No, yeah, I'm here for you. No, and when you feel you've had enough and you wasted all your love, I'm here for you. Well, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. You, I'm here for you. Yeah, I'm here for you. You. Yeah, we got a good thing. Yeah, we got a good thing. Let's forget the reasons and stop asking why. Let's be together in this moment, feeling so alive. We can start a fire, let the sparks ignite. We'll watch our worries rise like smoke into the starlight. Oh, there they go. We got a good thing going on. We got a good thing going on. Oh, don't you try to hide it. Let's not even fight it. We're right where we belong. We got a good thing going on. Don't hit the brakes, we can love the mistakes, 'cause we know that they're making us strong. If you're by my side with the moon on the rise, then we know that it can't be wrong. Yeah, we got a good thing going on. We got a good thing going on. Whoa, don't you try to hide it. Let's not even fight it. We're right where we belong. We got a good thing going on. Yeah, we got a good thing. Yeah, we got a good thing. Yeah, you make my heart sing. Yeah, we got a good thing. Yeah, you make my heart sing. I remember like yesterday, I carried a heart without hope. Giving up on mystery, I only saw mirrors and smoke. Thought I was fine alone. It's just because I didn't know. I remember like yesterday, loving you seemed far away. We were friends in different places, then love began leaving traces. Sitting with you on a crowded bus, seemed like just the two of us. That night everything was changed. I remember like yesterday. Oh, 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 oh. I was living in black and white, a careful and colorless life. You are like a neon light, shine through my closed eyes. All the right ones, they turned out wrong, but you were here all along. I remember like yesterday, loving you seemed far away. We were friends in different places, then love began leaving traces. Little folded up love letters, sweet songs written for each other. Everything was about to change. I remember like yesterday. You came just in time for me. Changed my mind so easily. Now it's you and me. I remember like yesterday, loving you seemed far away. We were friends in different places, then love began leaving traces. Was the first time I loved you on a past afternoon, and now everything has changed. I remember like yesterday. I remember like yesterday, loving you seemed far away. Thought I could live without you. So glad I finally found you. On the street in the pouring rain, our lives both found their way. I love how everything changed. I remember 'cause it's today. I'm standing in love, starlight afternoon. Sweet kisses in the pouring If all I had was $1 and your bright smile, I'd have $1 more than I would need to get by. 'Cause I'm a billionaire if you count every sunrise. We can buy your side and every good night. If all you had was the way that I love you, you'd have more honey than the honeybees in June. I keep you laughing, keep you smiling, keep your dreams true. Long as I have you, nothing we can't do. Fly me back to the moon where you took me. The very first time that you kissed me, in the sweet starlight of your endless eyes, when you lit this fire. Feels like we're sitting on top of a gold mine. Flame so bright that it won't die. In a billion years it'll still be here, 'cause our love is a gold mine. Yeah, our love is a gold mine. If everything we ever owned disappeared today, we'll build a castle in the sand somewhere far away. Don't need no money, no TV, don't need no microwave, just the ocean waves and the love we make. Fly me back to the moon where you took me. The very first time that you kissed me, in the sweet starlight of your endless eyes, when you lit this fire. Feels like we're sitting on top of a gold mine. Flame so bright that it won't die. In a billion years it'll still be here, 'cause our love is a gold mine.
front door. Don't forget the keys under the mat. When childhood stars shine, always stay humble and kind. Go to church 'cause your mama says to. Visit grandpa every chance that you can. It won't be wasted time. Always stay humble and kind. Hold the door, say please, say thank you. Don't steal, don't cheat, don't lie. I know you got the mountains to climb, but always stay humble and kind. When the dreams you're dreaming come to you, when the work you put in is realized, let yourself feel the pride, but always stay humble and kind. Don't expect a free ride from no one. Don't hold a grudge or a chip, and here's why. Bitterness keeps you from flying. Always stay humble and kind. Know the difference between sleeping with someone and sleeping with someone you love. I love you ain't no pickup line, so always stay humble and kind. Hold the door, say please, say thank you. Don't steal, don't cheat, don't lie. I know you got those mountains to climb, but always stay humble and kind. When those dreams you're dreaming come to you, when the work you put in is realized, let yourself feel the pride, but always stay humble and kind. When it's hot, eat a root beer popsicle. Shut off the AC and let the windows down. Let that summer sun shine. Always stay humble and kind. Don't take for granted the love this life gives you. When you get where you're going, don't forget, turn back around. Help the next one in line. Always stay humble and kind.
You gotta live in the now, 'cause you can't go back to yesterday. Hey. You gotta live in the now, 'cause tomorrow is so far away. Hey, 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 hey. You can never know where you're gonna be. You can plan it out, but it's still a mystery. If you let it go, your heart will be free. You can do anything. If you wanna go, stay. If you wanna run away, everything is okay. You gotta live in the now, 'cause you can't go back to yesterday. Hey, you gotta live in the now, 'cause tomorrow is so far away. Hey, 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 hey. Everything that happened in the past is just a dream. Everything that happens in the future is a mystery. Yeah. So if you wanna go, stay. If you wanna run, wait. Everything is okay. You gotta live in the now, 'cause you can't go back to yesterday. Hey, you gotta live in the now, 'cause tomorrow is too far away. Hey, 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 hey. stay. If you wanna run, wait, everything is okay, 'cause we're living today. If you wanna go, stay. If you wanna run, wait, everything is okay, 'cause we're living today. Remember the day our lips touched in the rain. Fireworks through my veins into my heart. Remember the nights dancing under the sky. I got lost in the moonlight, found in your dark eyes. Oh, I wanna fall in love again, but this time with no regrets. I wanna give it all again, but this time with no secrets. I don't want just anyone, not anyone new. I wanna fall in love again with you, with you, with you. I wanna fall in love again with you, with you. Can we forget all the lies that we let take us so far away from the truth? Can we erase all the tears and the breaks, the fear hiding in the pain, the shadows of yesterday? Whoa, I wanna fall in love again, but this time with no regrets. I wanna give it all again, but this time with no secrets. I don't want just anyone, not anyone new. I wanna fall in love again with you, with you, with you. We can take a blank white page and fill it with the dreams we made, and let these scars slowly fade away. I wanna fall in love again, this time with no regrets. Wanna give it all again, but this time with no secrets. I don't want just anyone, not anyone new. Oh no, I don't want just anyone, not anyone new. I wanna fall in love again with you, with you, with you. I It's always been about me, myself, and I thought relationships were nothing but a waste of time. I never wanted to be anybody's other half. I was happy staying out of love that wouldn't last. That was the only way I knew till I met you. You make me wanna say I do, I do, I do, 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 do. Yeah, I do, I do, I do, 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 do. Cause every time before it's been like maybe yes and maybe no. I could live without it, I could let it go. Ooh, what did I get myself into? You make me wanna say I do, I do, I do, I do, I do, I do. Tell me, is it only me? Do you feel the same? You know me well enough to know that I'm not playing games. I promise I won't turn around and I won't let you down. You can trust I've never felt it like I feel it now. Baby, there's nothing we can't get through. So can we say I do, I do, I do, 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 do. Oh baby, I do, I do, I do, 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 do. Cause every time before it's been like maybe yes and maybe no. I won't live without it, I won't let it go. What more can I get myself into? You make me wanna say meet my family, how's the family? Ooh, can we be a family? And when I'm 80 years old, I'm sitting next to you. And we'll remember when we said I do, I do, I do, 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 do. Oh baby, I do, I do, I do, 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 do. Cause every time before it's been like maybe yes and maybe no. No, I won't live without it, I won't let us go. Just look at what we got ourselves into. You make me wanna say I do, I do, I do, I do, I do, I do love you. I remember like yesterday, I carried a heart without hope. Giving up on mystery, I only saw mirrors and smoke. Thought I was fine alone. It's just because I didn't know. I remember like yesterday, loving you seemed far away. We were friends in different places, then love again, leaving traces. Sitting with you on a crowded bus, seemed like just the two of us. That night everything was changed. I remember like yesterday. Oh, oh, oh. all I had was $1 and your bright smile, I'd have $1 more than I would need to get by. Cause I'm a billionaire if you count every sunrise. We can buy your side and every good night. If all you had was the way that I love you, you'd have more honey than the honeybees in June. I keep you laughing, keep you smiling, keep your dreams true. Long as I have you, nothing we can't do. Fly me back to the moon where you took me, the very first time that you kissed me, in the sweet starlight of your endless eyes. When you lit this fire, feels like we're sitting on top of a gold mine. Flame so bright that it won't die. In a billion years it'll still be here, cause our love is a gold mine. Yeah, our love is a gold mine. Can't get you out of the sunlight, I can't get you out of the rain, I can't get you back to that one time. Cause you and me are still recovering, so let's just try to cool it down. The fight is feeding the flames, and let's just try to slow it down. We crash when we race. Oh, this is not the way that it should end. It's the way it should begin. It's the way it should begin. Again, no, I never want to fall apart. Never want to break your heart. Never want to let you break my own. Yes, I know we said a lot of things that we probably didn't mean, but it's not too late to take them back. So before you say you're gonna go, I should probably let you know that I never knew what I had, and never knew what I had. See, I look for you in the morning, cause that's where my mind always goes. And I can't wait to get to the evening, cause that's when I want you the most. So let's just try to cool it down. The fight is feeding the flames, and let's just try to slow it down. We crash when we race.
Do you love the rain? Does it make you dance when you're drunk with your friends at a party? What's your favorite song? Does it make you smile? What do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me, what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love it. Ooh, do you miss the road that you grew up on? Did you get your middle name from your grandma? When you think about you forever now, what do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me, what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours for the rest of my life, I'm gonna love it. Ooh, ooh, I'm the good and the bad, everything in between. Ooh, gonna cure my curiosity. Yeah, I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours for the rest of my life, I'm gonna love it. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
So take a little time and be kind to yourself. Whoa, yeah. Be kind to yourself, oh, be kind to yourself. Whoa, yeah. Be kind to yourself, oh, be kind to yourself. You're already enough. Stop doubting yourself. I see you for who you are. You've got so much light, kindness in your eyes. You are so valuable. Don't worry, my dear friend, you're not alone. Everyone has been where you were before. We're all looking for a place in the world. So take a little time and be kind to yourself. Whoa, yeah. Be kind to yourself, oh, be kind to yourself. Whoa, yeah. Be kind to yourself, oh, be kind to yourself. Even when you can't and the world's crumbling, I'll be here for you. We all need some love through the good and bad. I believe in you. Don't worry, my dear friend, you're not alone. Everyone has been where you were before. We're all looking for a place in the world. So take a little time and be kind to yourself. I miss those blue eyes, how you kiss me at night. I miss the way we sleep, like there's no sunrise, like the taste of your smile. I miss the way we breathe.
It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not one of those who can easily hide. I don't have much money, but boy, if I did, I'd buy a big house where we both could live. So excuse me for getting, but these things I do. You see, I've forgotten if they're green or they're blue. Anyway, the thing is, what I really mean, yours are the sweetest eyes I've ever seen. And you can tell everybody this is a song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down in words how wonderful life is now you're in the world. If I was a sculptor, but then again, no, or a girl who makes potions in a traveling show. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. My gift is my song, and this one's for you. You can tell everybody this is a song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I life is. Now you're in the world. The best way to start each day is with a grateful heart. As you wake up in your bed, as you lift your beautiful head, think of something, somewhere, or someone you love, and say thank you. Thanks for being in my life. I appreciate you so, and it makes me happy to know I get to spend another day with you. The best way to live each day is with a grateful heart. Before you eat, before you play, stop for just a moment and say I'm grateful for the good things coming my way. And say thank you. Thank you for the food I eat. Thank you for my friend and the street I go. I will hold on tight until the afterglow, and we'll burn so bright till the darkness of you clears. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. The weather outside is changing. The leaves are buried under 6 inches of white. The radio is playing Iron and Wine. This is a new dimension. This is a level where we're losing track of time. I'm holding nothing against it except you and I. We were love drunk, waiting on a miracle, trying to find ourselves in the winter snow. So alone in love, like the world had disappeared. Oh, I won't be silent and I won't let go. I will hold on tighter till the afterglow, and we'll burn so bright
Let's just stay home alone tonight. Your eyes, Pacific blue light. Whatever happens, yeah, I'll be alright. With you by my side, with you by my side. Let's just stay home alone tonight. Your eyes, Pacific blue light. Whatever happens, yeah, I'll be alright. With you by my side, with you by my side, with you by my side.
Okay, ready? Awesome.
We're 1,000 miles from comfort. We have traveled land and sea. But as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would wait forever, exalted in the scene. But as long as you are with me, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the battery. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. No, with all of your heart, you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. We set out on a mission to find our inner peace, make it everlasting, so nothing's incomplete. It's easy being with you, sacred simplicity. As long as we're together, there's no place I'd rather be. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. No, with all of your heart, you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. No, with
heart, you can't shake me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
You can be my guiding light, keep me company in the night. That's all I need, all I want is for you to stay a little longer now. With arms around me like a border, like the air I breathe. I take you in, keep me warm underneath my skin. 'Cause I'm giving in to your touch, I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your You can be my safety zone, somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch, I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your ocean. You can be my safety zone, somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch, I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your ocean. I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your ocean. You can be my safety zone. Somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your ocean. You can be my safety zone. Somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your ocean. somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your ocean. You can be my safety zone. Somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your ocean. You can be my safety zone. Somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. You can be my safety zone. Somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your ocean. You can be my safety zone. Somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your ocean. You can be my safety zone. Somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your ocean. in a safety zone, somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want. Stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless dream. You take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I am giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into your ocean. Into your ocean. Into your ocean.
The best way to start each day is with a grateful heart. As you wake up in your bed, as you lift your beautiful head, think of something, somewhere, or someone you love, and say thank you. Thanks for being in my life. I appreciate you so, and it makes me happy to know I get to spend another day with you. The best way to live each day is with a grateful heart. Before you eat, before you play, stop for just a moment and say I'm grateful for the good things coming my way. And say thank you. Thank you for the food I eat. Thank you for my friend on the street. I'm grateful for the good things coming my way. He's a boy that's Texas born and raised, and he's gonna let you know, got a Lone Star on his license plate, and he ain't getting it changed, so he's 600 miles away from where he started. People wonder all the time why he left. They ask him, how'd you get to Tennessee? He just smiles and says 40 East, speeding down the highway, following a girl who was following her dreams. It's how he got to Tennessee, so blame it on a truck and me. Oh, 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 blame it on me. Oh, 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 or blame it on a stupid high school love that to us meant everything. Blame it on a chance I had to take. Told him he didn't have to leave, but he was game to chase all that I was chasing after. 4 wheels, 2 hearts, put him in drive, that's how he lived. They ask him, how'd you get to Tennessee? He just smiles and says 40 East, speeding down the highway, following a girl who was following her dreams. It's how we got to Tennessee, so blame it on a truck and me.
you count me in. I've been awake for a while now. You got me feeling like a child now. 'Cause every time I see your bubbly face, I get the tingles in a silly place. It starts in my toes and I crinkle my nose. Wherever it goes, I always know that you make me smile. Please stay for a while now. Just take your time wherever you go. The rain is falling on my window pane, but we are hiding in a safer place. Undercover, staying dry and warm. You give me feelings that I adore. They start in my toes, make me crinkle my nose. Wherever it goes, I always know that you make me smile. Please stay for a while now. Just take your time wherever you go. But what am I gonna say when you make me feel this way? I just and it starts in my toes, makes me crinkle my nose. Wherever it goes, I always know that you make me smile. Please stay for a while now. Just take your time wherever you go. I've been asleep for a while now. You tuck me in just like a child now. 'Cause every time you hold me in your arms, I'm comfortable enough to feel your warmth. It starts in my soul and I lose all control. When you kiss my nose, the feeling shows. 'Cause you make me smile, baby, just take your time now, holding me tight. Wherever, wherever, wherever you go. Wherever, wherever, wherever you go. Wherever you go, I always know. 'Cause you make me smile, even just for a while. I'm come true. Life will lead you if you let it. Letting go of what you planned, space for something new. Times they'll be changing with the seasons as they do. Life is always what you make it. It's okay to miss the past while wanting something new. Looking on and looking back, love the old and new. Love the old and new. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Love the old and new. It's not complicated. It's nothing too much. Let's blow each other's minds with every single touch. We can pretend we're fearless and let our hearts collide. And on the way to love, we'll kiss it every red light. Oh, here we go. We got a good thing going on. We got a good thing going on. Oh, don't you try to hide it. Let's not even fight it. We're right where we belong. We got a good thing going on. Yeah, we got a good thing. Yeah, we got a good thing. Let's forget the reasons and stop asking why. Let's be together in this moment, feeling so alive. We can start a fire, let the sparks ignite. We'll watch our worries rise like smoke into the starlight. Oh, there they go. We got a good thing going on. We got a good thing going on. Oh, don't you try to hide it. Let's not even fight it. We're right where we belong. We got a good thing going on. Don't hit the brakes, we can love the mistakes, 'cause we know that they're making us strong. If you're by my side with the moon on the rise, then we know that it can't be wrong. Yeah, we got a good thing going on. We got a good thing going on. Whoa, don't you try to hide it. Let's not even fight it. We're right where we belong. We got a good thing going on. Yeah, we got a good thing. Yeah, we got a good thing. Yeah, you make my heart sing. Yeah, we got a good thing. Yeah, you make my heart I remember like yesterday, I carried a heart without hope. Giving up on mystery, I only saw mirrors and smoke. Thought I was fine alone. It's just because I didn't know. I remember like yesterday, loving you seemed far away. We were friends in different places, then love began leaving traces. Sitting with you on a crowded bus, seemed like just the two of us. That night everything was changed. I remember like If all I had was $1 and your bright smile, I'd have $1 more than I would need to get by. Cause I'm a billionaire if you count every sunrise. We can buy your side and every good night. If all you had was the way that I love you, you'd have more honey than the honeybees in June. I keep you laughing, keep you smiling, keep your dreams true. Long as I have you, nothing we can't do. Fly me back to the moon where you took me, the very first time that you kissed me, in the sweet starlight of your endless eyes when you lit this fire. Feels like we're sitting on top of a gold mine, flame so bright that it won't die. In a billion years it'll still be here, cause our love is a gold mine. Yeah, our love is a gold mine. If everything we ever owned disappeared today, we'll build a castle in the sand somewhere far away. Don't need no money, no TV, don't need no microwave, just the ocean waves and the love we make. Fly me back to the moon where you took me, the very first time that you kissed me, in the sweet starlight of your endless eyes when you lit this fire. Feels like we're sitting on top of a gold mine, flame so bright that it won't die. In a billion years it'll still be here, cause our love is a gold mine.
your hands against the waves. And I didn't think I would stay for this, and you didn't think I would go. But now we're alone in the atmosphere, a place I'll never know. And nothing goes unspoken when the colors unfold. 'Cause now we're alone in the atmosphere. Oh, and I realize this is paradise, almost paradise, here in paradise. And my heart was taken by the surprise. This is paradise, this is paradise. This is paradise, this is paradise. And now we're alone in the atmosphere, and I'm fading. Here we are, here we are. This is paradise. And now we're alone in the atmosphere, and I'm fading. Here we are, here we are. Towards the evening, shadows kneeling down from the triumph that we made. So paint your solace and hold what's honest. Glory doesn't come for those who wait. And I didn't think I would stay for this, and you didn't think I would go. But now we're alone in the atmosphere, a place I'll never know. And nothing goes unspoken when the colors unfold. 'Cause now we're alone in the atmosphere. Oh, and I realize this is paradise, almost paradise, here in paradise. And my heart was taken by the surprise. This is paradise, this is paradise. This is paradise, this is paradise. And now we're alone in the atmosphere, and I'm fading. Here we are, here we are. This is paradise. And now we're alone in the atmosphere, and I'm fading. Here we are, here we are. This is This is paradise. This is
Rising like the smoke, you linger on me. You got me so high, I can finally breathe. You're walking poetry, it's what you do to me, it's what you do to me. Touch me with no hands, hold me with your eyes, unwind me with your mind tonight. Speak with no words, show me and I'm all yours. Show me and I'm all yours.
All that you want, all that I need. Rising like the smoke, you linger on me.
all that I need. Sunset in your eyes, let me with your loving. I'm searching for the thrill. It's you, you make me feel. You make me feel. Touch me with no hands, hold me with your eyes. Unwind me with your mind tonight. Speak with no words, show me and I'm all yours. Show me and I'm all yours.
All that you want, all that I need. Rising like the smoke, you linger on me. All that you want, all that I need. Rising like the smoke, you linger on me. You got me so high, finally breathe, finally breathe, finally me. You got me so high, finally breathe, finally breathe, finally me.
And I'm all yours, and I'm all yours. Show me. I'm all yours, and I'm all yours.
We go hide away in daylight. We go undercover, wait out the sun. Got a secret side in plain sight. Where the streets are empty, that's where we run. And everyday people do everyday things, but I can't be one of them. And I know you hear me now, we are a different kind. We can do anything. We could be heroes. Ooh. We could be heroes, me and you. We could be. Anybody's got the power. They don't see it 'cause they don't understand. We're running around for hours, but you and me, we got the world in our hands. And everyday people do everyday things, but I can't be one of them, no, no. And I know you hear me now, we are a different kind. We can do anything, 'cause we could
never wait out the sun. Got a secret side in plain sight. Where the streets are empty, that's where we run. Everyday people do everyday things, but I can't be one of them. I know you hear me now. We are a different kind. We can do anything. We could be heroes. We could be heroes. Me and you. We could be heroes. We could be heroes. Me and you. We could be. We could be. We could be. We could be. Anybody's got the power. They don't see it 'cause they don't understand. Spinning round and round for hours. You and me, we got the world in our hands. Everyday people do everyday things, but I can't be one of them. I know you hear me now. We are a different kind. We can do anything. We could be
out of the sunlight. I can't get you out of the rain. I can't get you back to that one time. 'Cause you and me are still recovering, so let's just try to cool it down. Fighting is feeding the flames, and let's just try to slow it down. We crash when we race. Oh, this is not the way that it should end. It's the way it should begin. It's the way it should begin. Again, no, I never wanna fall apart. Never wanna break your heart. Never wanna let you break my own. Yes, I know we said a lot of things that we probably didn't mean, but it's not too late to take them back. So before you say you're gonna go, I should probably let you know that I never knew what I had. I never knew what I had. See, I look for you in the morning, 'cause that's where my mind always goes. And I can't wait to get to the evening, 'cause that's when I want you the most. So let's just try to cool it down. The fighting is feeding the flames, and let's just try to slow it down. We crash when we race. Oh, this is not the way that it should end. It's the way it should begin. It's the way it should begin. Again, no, I never wanna fall apart. Never wanna break your heart. Never wanna let you break my own. Yes, I know we said a lot of things that we probably didn't mean, but it's not too late to take them back. So before you say you're gonna go, I should probably let you know that I never knew what I had. I never knew what I had, but I know it now. I wish I would've known before how good we were. Is it too late to come back, or is it really over? If it's really over, then this is not the way that it should end. It's the way it should begin. It's the way it should begin. Again, no, I never wanna fall apart. Never wanna break your heart. Never wanna let you break my own. Yes, I know we said a lot of things that we probably didn't mean, but it's not too late to take them back. So before you say you're gonna go, I should probably let you know that I never knew what I had. 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 I never knew, but I'm telling you, I never knew.
chance for reprieve. Just let these tunnels gape. Just let this fire fade. just a lie away from proving to ourselves we're not afraid.
It's been 6 months since I saw you, but it feels like yesterday. We took the high road, climbed the mountain, smiled and said it's the best way. It's been 6 months since I kissed you, but it feels like all my days. I took the wrong path, fell from your grace, cried when we were separate.
day our lips touched in the rain, fireworks through my veins into my heart. Remember the nights dancing under the sky. I got lost in the moonlight, found in your dark eyes. Oh, I wanna fall in love again, but this time with no regrets. I wanna give it all again, but this time with no secrets. I don't want just anyone, not anyone new. I wanna fall in love again with you, with you, with you. I wanna fall in love again with you, with you. Can we forget all the lies that we let take us so far away from the truth? Can we erase all the tears and the breaks, the fear hiding in the pain, the shadows of yesterday? Whoa, I wanna fall in love again, but this time with no regrets. I wanna give it all again, but this time with no secrets. I don't want just anyone, not anyone new. I wanna fall in love again with you, with you, with you. We can take a blank white page and fill it with the dreams we made, and let these scars slowly fade away. I wanna fall in love again, this time with no regrets. Wanna give it all again, but this time with no secrets. I don't want just anyone, not anyone new. Oh no, I don't want just anyone, not anyone new. I wanna fall in love again with you, with you, with you. I wanna be in love again with you, with you. I wanna be in love again. Hello, if you're feeling low and you just don't know where to run to, and bro, if your heart's been broken, you feel like you're all alone. If you need something to believe in, you're looking for a light to guide you home. Just look inside your light, shining brighter than you know. You should know I'm never gonna let you down, always gonna build you up. When you're feeling lost, I will always find you love. I'm never gonna walk away, always gonna have your back. And if nothing else, you can always count on that. When you need me, I will be here. I'll be here, I'll be here, I'll be here. Laugh, I will crying close. I will hold you close. You won't be alone anymore. If you need someone to believe in, if you're reaching for a hand to guide you home, just take my hand and I won't let you go. 'Cause you should know I'm never gonna let you down, always gonna build you up. When you're feeling lost, I will always find you love. I'm never gonna walk away, always gonna have your back. And if nothing else, you can always count on that. When you need me, I will be here. I'll 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 be here. If you need something to believe in, if you feel you've reached the end of the road, don't be afraid, I'll always guide you home. 'Cause you should know I'm never gonna let you down, always gonna build you up. When you're feeling lost, I will always find you love. I'm never gonna walk away, always gonna have your back. And if nothing else, you can always count on that. When you need me, I will be here. I'll be here. I'll be here. I'll be here. Ooh, I'll be here. I'll be here. I'll be here.
Ready, Jace?
Yeah.
Okay. 2,
3.
Everything you see, you just can't erase. Everything you love will never replace. Everything you fear, you still have to face. You could only have today. So if you wanna go, stay. If you wanna run, wait. Everything is okay. You gotta live in the now, 'cause you can't go back to yesterday. Hey. You gotta live in the now, 'cause tomorrow is too far away. Hey, 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 hey. You can never know where you're gonna be. You can plan it out, but it's still a mystery. If you let it go, your heart will be free. You can do anything. If you wanna go, stay. If you wanna run, wait. Everything is okay. You gotta live in the now, 'cause you can't go back to yesterday. Hey, you gotta live in the now, 'cause tomorrow is too far away. Hey, 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 hey. Everything that happened in the past is just a dream. Everything that happens in the future is a mystery. Yeah. So if you wanna go, stay. If you wanna run, wait. Everything is okay. You gotta live in the now, 'cause you can't go back to yesterday. Hey, you gotta live in is okay, 'cause we're living today. It's always been about me, myself, and I thought relationships were nothing but a waste of time. I never wanted to be anybody's other half. I was happy staying out of love that wouldn't last. That was the only way I knew till I met you. You make me wanna say I do, I do, I do, 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 do. Yeah, I do, I do, I do, 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 do. 'Cause every time before it's been like maybe yes and maybe no. I can live without it, I can let it go. Ooh, what did I get myself into? You make me wanna say I do, I do, I do, I do, I do, I do. Tell me, is it only me? Do you feel the same? You know me well enough to know that I'm not playing games. I promise I won't turn around and I won't let you down. You can trust I've never felt it like I feel it now. Baby, there's nothing we can't get through. So can we say I do, I do, I do, 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 do. Oh baby, I do, I do, I do, 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 do. 'Cause every time before it's been like maybe yes and maybe no. I won't live without it, I won't let it go. What more can I get myself into? You make me wanna say meet my family, how's the family? Ooh, can we be a family? And when I'm 80 years old, I'm sitting next to you. And we'll remember when we said I do, I do, I do, 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 do. Oh baby, I do, I do, I do, 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 do. 'Cause every time before it's been like maybe yes and maybe no. No, I won't live without it, I won't let us go. Just look at what we got ourselves into. You make me wanna say I do, I do, I do, I do, I do, I do love you. yesterday. I carried a heart without hope. I'd given up on mystery. I only saw mirrors and smoke. Thought I was fine alone. It's just because I didn't know. I remember like yesterday, loving you seemed far away. We were friends in different places, then love began leaving traces. Sitting with you on a crowded bus, seemed like just the two of us. That night everything was changed. I remember like yesterday. I was living in black and white, a careful and colorless life. You are like a neon light, shine from my closed eyes. All the right ones, they turned out wrong, but you were here all along. I remember like yesterday, loving you seemed far away. We were friends in different places, then love began leaving traces. Little folded up love letters, sweet songs written for each other. Everything was about to change. I remember like yesterday. You came just in time for me. Changed my mind so easily. Now it's you and me. I remember like yesterday, loving you seemed far away. We were friends in different places, then love began leaving traces. But the first time I love you on a Paris afternoon, and now everything has changed. I remember like yesterday. I remember like yesterday, loving you seemed far away. Thought I could live without you. So glad I finally found you on the street in the pouring rain. Our lives both found their way. I love how everything changed. I remember 'cause it's today. I'm standing right in your love, starlight after dark. Sweet kisses in the pouring If all I had was $1 and your bright smile, I'd have $1 more than I would need to get by. 'Cause I'm a billionaire if you count every sunrise. We can buy your side and every good night. If all you had was the way that I love you, you'd have more honey than the honeybees in June. I keep you laughing, keep you smiling, keep your dreams true. Long as I have you, nothing we can't do. Fly me back to the moon where you took me. The very first time that you kissed me, in the sweet starlight of your endless eyes, when you lit this fire. Feels like we're sitting on top of a gold mine, flame so bright that it won't die. In a billion years it'll still be here, 'cause our love is a gold mine. Yeah, our love is a gold mine. If everything we ever owned disappeared today, we'll build a castle in the sand somewhere far away. Don't need no money, no TV, don't need no microwave, just the ocean waves and the love we make. Fly me back to the moon where you took me, the very first time that you kissed me, in the sweet starlight of your endless eyes, when you lit this fire. Feels like we're sitting on top of a gold mine, flame so bright that it won't die. In a billion years it'll still be here, 'cause our love is a gold mine.
you out of the sunlight. I can't get you out of the rain. I can't get you back to that one time. 'Cause you and me are still recovering. So let's just try to cool it down. The fighting is feeding the flames. But let's just try to slow it down. We crash when we race. Oh, this is not the way that it should end. It's the way it should begin. It's the way it should begin. Again, no, I never wanna fall apart. Never wanna break your heart. Never wanna let you break my own. Yes, I know we said a lot of things that we probably didn't mean, but it's not too late to take them back. So before you say you're gonna go, I should probably let you know that I never knew what I had. I never knew what I had. See, I look for you in the morning, 'cause that's where my mind always goes. And I can't wait to get to the evening, 'cause that's when I want you the most. So let's just try to cool it down. The fighting is feeding the flames. Let's just try to slow it down. We crash when we race. But this is not the way that it should end. It's the way it should begin. It's the way it should begin. Again, no, I never wanna fall apart. Never wanna break your heart. Never wanna let you break my own. Yes, I know we said a lot of things that we probably didn't mean, but it's not too late to take them back. So before you say you're gonna go, I should probably let you know that I never knew what I had. I never knew what I had. But I know it now. I wish I would've known before how good we were. Is it too late to come back? Or is it really over? If it's really over, then this is not the way that it should end. It's the way it should begin. It's the way it should begin. Again, no, I never wanna fall apart. Never wanna break your heart. Never wanna let you break my own. Yes, I know we said a lot of things that we probably didn't mean, but it's not too late to take them back. So before you say you're gonna go, I should probably let you know that I never knew what I had. 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 I never knew. But I'm telling you, I never knew.
In my time I've traveled some roads, a rolling stone. Nowhere feels like home. And I've seen people come then they go. And life is just a story of some highs and some lows. Tell me, do you believe in miracles? I'm standing here before your eyes. I've cried many rivers, I've walked through some pain, seen my world crumble, and I've carried the shame. But I know somebody, he calls me his own. I can hear heaven singing out. thing. We put all our hope inside material things. In your light, I now understand that everything I have ain't everything that I am. Oh, but sometimes I feel like I'm not good enough. But that's when love says you're mine. Oh, now I've run many rivers, I've walked through some pain, I've seen my world crumble, and I've carried the shame. But I know somebody calls me his own. I can hear heaven singing out. Oh, you're never alone. No, 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 no. Oh, I may have took some time, but now I realize my imperfections were a part of your plan. And if all things work together in the end, the broken will be beautiful. Ooh.
There's not a hole too deep. That God's love is not deeper still. You've come too far to give up now. Let's go!
Run many rivers, walk through some pain, and I've carried the shame. I know somebody can call me his own. Can you hear heaven singing out? Oh, you never, yeah. Oh, no, 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 yeah. Oh, alone.
Do you love the rain? Does it make you dance when you're drunk with your friends at a party? What's your favorite song? Does it make you smile? Or do you think of me when you close your eyes? Tell me, what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love it. Ooh, do you miss the road that you grew up on? Did you get your middle name from your grandma? When you think about you forever now, do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me, what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours for the rest of my life, I'm gonna love it. Ooh, I'm the good and the bad, everything in between. Ooh, gonna cure my curiosity. Yeah, I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours for the rest of my life, I'm gonna love it. Ooh.
yourself. Whoa, yeah. Be kind to yourself, oh, be kind to yourself. Whoa, yeah. Be kind to yourself, oh, be kind to yourself. You're already enough. Stop doubting yourself. I see you for who you are. You've got so much light, kindness in your eyes. You are so valuable. Don't worry, my dear friend, you're not alone. Everyone has been where you were before. We're all looking for a place in the world. So take a little time and be kind to yourself. Whoa, yeah. Be kind to yourself, oh, be kind to yourself. Whoa, yeah. Be kind to yourself, oh, be kind to yourself. Even when you can't and the world's crumbling, I'll be here for you. We all need some love through the good and bad. I believe in you. Don't worry, my dear friend, you're not alone. Everyone has been where you were before. We're all looking for a place in the world. So take a little time and be kind to yourself.
Get your makeup on, get your nails done, curl your hair, run the extra mile, keep it slim so they like you. So they like you. Get your sexy arms, a bit shy girl, take it off. This is what you want to belong, so they like you. Do you like you? You don't have to try. You just have to give it all away. You just have to get up, get up, get up, get up. You don't have to change a single thing. You don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try. No, you have to try. No, no, no. Credit cards, you don't have to choose, buy it all. So they like you. So they like you. Wait a second, why should you care? They think of you when you're all alone by yourself. Do you like you? Do you like you? You don't have to try so hard. You don't have to give it all. Get up, get up. You don't have to change a single thing. You don't have to try so hard. You don't have to bend until you're ready. Just get up, get up, get up, get up. You don't have to change a single thing. You don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try, 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 try. You don't have to try, try, try. Try. No, you don't have to try, 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 try. You don't
like there's no sunrise, like the taste of your smile. I miss the way we breathe, but I never told you what I should have said. No, I never told you, I just held it in. And now I miss everything about you. I can't believe that I still want you. After all the things that we've been through, I miss everything about you without you. I see your blue eyes every time I close mine. You make it hard to see where I belong to when I'm not around you. It's like I'm not with me, but I never told you what I should have said. No, I never told you, I just held it in. And now I miss everything about you. I can't believe that I still want you. After all the things that we've been through, I miss everything about you without you. But I never told you what I should have said. No, I never told you, I just held it in. And now I miss everything about you. I can't believe that I still want you. After all the things that we've been through, I miss everything about you without you.
Blacked out, everything's faded on your love. I'm already wasted, so close that I can taste it now. So let's break right out of these guilty cages. We're gonna make it now. Don't ever turn around. Don't ever turn around. Nobody else needs to know where we might go. We could just run them red lights. We could just run them red lights. There ain't no reason to stay. We'll be light years away. We could just run them red lights. We could just run them red lights. Red lights, red lights. White
just run them red lights. We could just run. We could just run them red lights. We could just run them red lights. Some people put some backyard dirt in a bottle, treat that yearbook like it's the Bible. Keep a picture to remind them what they're leaving behind them. Some people get tattoos of their hometown zip code, steal the street sign from a way out back road. Anything to keep a memory, but I only took one thing. 'Cause I got the Texas sky when I look in your eyes. It's like I never left, like an old magnolia tree. Your roots run deep, we could be anywhere, chasing down the great wide open, even when we don't know where we're going. Oh, if home is where the heart is, I can't lose, 'cause I got you. Anytime I miss those home game Friday nights, or the summertime wind on a midnight drive, baby, all I gotta do is slide in closer to you. And I got the Texas sky when I look in your eyes. It's like I never left, like an old magnolia tree. Your roots run deep, we could be anywhere, chasing down the great wide open, even when we don't know where we're going. Oh, if home is where the heart is, I can't lose, 'cause I got you. Boy, I got you. Turns out it doesn't matter where we are, the best part of home still holds my heart. 'Cause I got the Texas sky when I look in your eyes. It's like I never left, like an old magnolia tree. Your roots run deep, we could be anywhere, chasing down the great wide open, even when we don't know where we're going. Oh, if home is where the heart is, I can't lose, 'cause I got you. Boy, I got you. Oh, I can't lose, as long as I got you. And I got you. Stop the clocks, it's amazing. You should see the way the sun dances off your hair. A million colors of hazel, gold and red. Saturday morning is fading. The sun's reflected by the coffee in your hand. My eyes are caught in your gaze all over again. We were love drunk, waiting on a miracle, trying to find ourselves in the winter snow. So alone in love, like the world had disappeared. Oh, I won't be silent and I won't let go. I will hold on tight until the afterglow, and we'll burn so bright till the darkness all clears. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. The weather outside is changing. The leaves are buried under 6 inches of white. track of time. I'm holding nothing against it except you and I. We were love drunk, waiting on a miracle, trying to find ourselves in the winter snow. So alone in love, like the world had disappeared. Oh, I won't be silent and I won't let go. I will hold on tighter till the afterglow, and we'll burn so bright till the darkness of the clears. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. 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 Oh, I will hold on. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow. Oh, I will hold on to the afterglow.
You might have said it first, beat me to the punch, boy. 3 little words that sum up the way you look at me, babe. Saying it right now hits a little deeper just when I think I can. I love you more than any storm that's coming. Let the sky keep falling. Yeah, the world's got nothing on us. You won't scare me away, so bring on the rain. I love you more than any tide that's turning. Let the sun keep burning. No, it won't be perfect, but on the worst of our days, that's what I mean when I say I love you more. I look into your eyes and my heart starts dancing. Even when we fight, I can't stay mad, 'cause you make me laugh. And to this day it's nothing different. Not that it's a competition, but I love you more than any storm that's coming. Let the sky keep falling. Yeah, the world's got nothing on us. You won't scare me away, so bring on the rain. I love you more than any tide that's turning. Let the sun keep burning. No, it won't be perfect, but on the worst of our days, that's what I mean when I say I love you more.
that's Texas born and raised, and he's gonna let you know. Got a Lone Star on his license plate, and he ain't getting it changed. So he's 600 miles away from where he started. People wonder all the time why he left. They ask him, how'd you get to Tennessee? He just smiles and says 40 East, speeding down the highway, following a girl who was following her dreams. That's how he got to Tennessee. So blame it on a truck and me. Oh, 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 blame it on me. Oh, oh, oh. Blame it on a stupid high school love that to us meant everything. Blame it on a chance I had to take. Told him he didn't have to leave, but he was game to chase all that I was chasing after. 4 wheels, 2 hearts, put him in drive, that's how he lived. They ask him, how'd you get to Tennessee? He just smiles and says 40 East, speeding down the highway, following a girl who was following her dreams. That's how we got to Tennessee. So blame it on a truck and me.
She said that to us today too. Is that just a Hawaiian term? She said cruise and she's like, you guys are cruising stuff on by.
Oh, it's definitely the lingo of the island.
Because in Nashville they don't say it.
Larry used it to me like 4 times in one sentence last night. And I was like, yes, Larry. Word of the week.
What mean I say cruising?
Always.
What if we were 6 again and parties never had to end? Life was always like a vacation, building castles in the sand, showing off our scenery stand. All day long be cruising around naked in an endless summer vibe. We be cruising, we ain't got nowhere to go. Only thing we know is we're cruising, running free on island time. Every day and night we be cruising, we be cruising. Cannonballs into the sea and everything is make-believe. Pirates sailing underneath rainbows, swinging from tree to tree, ever after happily, frolicking wherever the sun goes. In an endless summer vibe, we be cruising, we ain't got nowhere to go. Only thing we know is we're cruising, running free on island time. Every day in that we be cruising, we be cruising. Just take your stars to Neverland, get lost and don't come back again. You'll be cruising, we ain't got nowhere to go. Only thing we know is we're cruising, running free on island time. Every day and night we be cruising, we ain't got nowhere to go. Only thing we know is we're cruising, running free on island time. Every day and night we be cruising, we be cruising, we be cruising.
can be my guiding light. Keep me company in the night. That's all I need. All I want is for you to stay a little longer now, with arms around me like a border, like the air I breathe. I'll let you in, keep me warm underneath my skin, 'cause I'm giving in to your touch. I can never get enough. Diving deep into the ocean. You can be my safety zone, somewhere I can go when I feel alone. That's all I need, all I want is to stay a little longer now. Arms around me like a border, like an endless stream. You'll take me in to a place that I've never been. Now I'm giving into your touch. I will never get enough. Diving deep into the ocean. All my life I've been walking on my own, along the lonely road of the heart. On my side I got symphonies and songs to help me find my way through the dark. Talking to myself, the voices in my head don't reply. Oh my mind, I've become somebody else, so this is how it feels to say goodbye.
Drink or one more Bacardi, one more dance at this after party. We still going strong. Speed so faster like a Ferrari. We get wilder like on safari. We still going strong. And all of these good things, good things, good things. All we need, good things, good things, good things. Tonight we go all night long. We party like Post Malone. Don't tell me to go. Yeah, we are never ever going home tonight. Ain't nobody kill my vibe. Don't tell me to go. Yeah, we are never ever going home. In slow motion, we see the sunrise. We are in a zone. 5 a.m. and we still are rolling in the deepest of my emotions. We are in a zone. And all of these good things, good things, good things. All we need, good things, good things, good things. Tonight we go all night long. We party like Post Malone. Don't tell me to go. Yeah, we are never ever going home tonight. Ain't nobody kill my vibe. Don't tell me to go. Yeah, we are never ever going home. Yeah, we are never ever going home.
it's not typical. He already knows that my love is fine. His heart was a stone, but then his hands were on. I turned him to gold and it took him higher. But I'll be a daydream, I'll be your favorite things. We could be beautiful, get drunk on the good life. I'll take you to paradise. Say you'll never let me go. Deep in my bones, I can feel you. Take it back to the time only we knew how to wait. We could waste a night with an old film, smoke a little weed on the couch in the back room, how to wait. Say you'll never let me go. Take it slow, but it's not typical. He already knows that my love is fine. His heart was a stone, but then his hands were on. I turned him to gold and it took him higher. But I'll be a daydream, I'll be your favorite things. We could be beautiful, get drunk on the good life. I'll take you to paradise. Say you'll never let me go. Deep in the bones, I can feel you. Take it back to the time only we knew how to wait. We could waste a night with an old film, smoke a little weed on the couch in the back room, how to wait. Say you'll never let me
Let's just stay home alone tonight. Your eyes, Pacific blue light. Whatever happens, yeah, I'll be alright. With you by my side, with you by my side. Let's just stay home alone tonight. Your eyes, Pacific blue light. Whatever happens, yeah, I'll be alright. With you by my side, with you by my side, with you by my side. Let's just stay home alone tonight. Your eyes, Pacific blue light. Whatever happens, yeah, I'll be alright. With you by my side, with you by my side. Let's just stay home alone tonight. Your eyes, Pacific blue light. Whatever happens, yeah, I'll be alright. With you by my side, with you by my side, with you by my side. Let's just stay home alone tonight. Your eyes, Pacific blue light. Whatever happens, yeah, I'll be alright. With you by my side, with you by my side, with you by my side. Let's just stay home alone tonight. Your eyes, Pacific blue light. Whatever happens, yeah, I'll be alright. With you by my side, with you by my side. Let's just stay home alone tonight. Your eyes, Pacific blue light. Whatever happens, yeah, I'll be alright. With you by my side, with you by my side, with you by my side.
Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
We're 1,000 miles from comfort. We have traveled land and sea. But as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would wait forever, exalted in the scene. But as long as you are with me, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the battery. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Know with all of your heart you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. there's no place I'd rather be. We set out on a mission to find our inner peace, make it everlasting, so nothing's incomplete. It's easy being with you, sacred simplicity. As long as we're together, there's no place I'd rather be. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Know with all of your heart you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Know with all of your heart you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.